Hello everyone and welcome back to Aniron Plays. My name is Aniron and today we're going to be playing some Yars Revenge. Actually, Yars Recharged. We're going to be playing Yars Recharged, not Yars Revenge. We're playing the new one. You will have noticed perhaps the thumbnail for today's stream. That is an artwork done by Kiko, who will also be our moderator for this evening. Give a big thank you to Kiko when you get the opportunity to for the artwork, because that is, yeah, like I said, she's done an amazing job of mimicking the art style of the official art used in Yars Recharged, and yeah, just done an amazing job. And she's currently working on the next one, because we're going to be doing more Yars Recharged in the future, so there's another artwork coming, and yeah, look forward to that. In fact, I think she just posted a work in progress screenshot on our Discord, so if you want to see that, if you want to see more of Kiko's art, do come along to the Discord. There's a link in the description, and yeah, you can check that out in our creative section. Hope it looks cool. I think it looks cool. I really like the idea. Like, the concept was, the concept for the next one is something that I had come up with, and I couldn't quite picture it in my head perfectly. I had an idea of what I wanted to see, but I wasn't sure exactly how it would work out. But Kiko's done a really good job of taking my idea and turning it into an actual image. You also have an idea in mind for episode 5? Oh wow, okay. Well, see, okay, so Yars Revenge is something that, or Yars Recharged, I'm gonna keep saying Yars Revenge, alright, because that's just what I'm used to, you know? Yars Revenge. Yars Recharged is something that I want to keep playing, as well as a bunch of the other Recharge games, like Caverns of Mars is another one that I want to play more of, and Berserk is another one that I want to play more of. And so I want to be doing some more of these high score games, and my idea is that I want to, at least once per week, try to get a one high score game in. Sorry, not once per week, sorry, once per month, sorry. Look, I'm not old here, right? I'm not here today. I'm elsewhere. My brain is on vacation, and it's left the body in charge, and the body doesn't know what it's doing. Yeah. So we're going to be doing some more high score games. I want to at least, at minimum, do one video or one stream per month. And Yars Recharged is obviously going to be at the top of the list. It's one of my favorite games from the Atari, and Caverns of Mars is a new favorite of mine. I really did enjoy it when we were playing it in Atari Week, and the time that we played it afterwards. So I'd love to come back and do more Caverns of Mars, and I need to pick up Berserk. I already have Berserk, and let's think, I think I've got all of the games on Switch, except for one. I can't remember what that other one was. I think it's Gravitar. I think that's the only one I don't have, is Gravitar. I have them on Switch, but there's some unfortunate little lag spikes that occur occasionally on the Switch versions, which, admittedly, I kind of noticed, but I just expected, oh well, that's just a thing. I didn't think it was a specific error to the Switch versions. And so overall, I'm just like really disappointed. I've gone and bought all of the Atari Recharged games as physicals on Switch. It's the only platform that they release the physicals of. And I thought to myself, well, this has to be the definitive versions then, right? Of course, they released them through limited run, so we know full well these days limited run do not give a shit about definitive versions. That's a rant for another time, but the more and more I see of limited run more recently, the less and less I want to actually support them. I've talked about that one in the past. My personal perspective is that wanting to have a physical version of those games surpasses my dislike for the publisher, for limited run, and so I have been buying some games through limited run, but not as many as I was trying to before. I'm certainly not going for a complete limited run collection, you know. I never was, but at this point in time, in my personal perspective, if I were to have a complete run of limited run games, that would be to my own shame, because I really can't support the stuff that they do these days. It's very sad that they are the premier platform for limited run content, like limited run games. I mean, it's literally their name, and yet they are doing probably the worst job. I'm seeing other platforms like Super Rare, or there's another one as well, Strictly Limited was another one, and they do a fantastic job. Like, their collector's editions include things that you might actually want to put on your shelf, and they're not necessarily as expensive as limited run. And yeah, like, everyone knows about limited run because they kind of did it first, but there's a bunch of other companies out there that are doing a better job, but they're not getting the attention that they deserve, which is a shame. And I think I'd be, if it wasn't for the fact that limited run was sniping certain games and being like, no, you should publish through us, you know. They've got the draw power, don't they? Because they are limited run, because they are the biggest company of that kind. So yeah, but there are other companies I feel do better. Super Rare is a good company. I've got a few of their games, and I think they've done fantastic jobs. But yeah, I'll get more into the limited run thing at a later date. Right now, we're talking about Yars, right? I got all of the Atari Recharge games for Switch through limited run, and I kind of regret it now because they are not the best games that they could be. And since playing them on Xbox, I discovered that they run incredibly well on Xbox. There's absolutely no reason for them to run poorly on Switch, and I'm wondering if playing them on Switch 2 will be a big turnaround, you know, because we recently got that teaser announcement of the Switch 2, that they're going to be doing a full proper announcement in April, and I'm really looking forward to that, actually. It's going to be on April 2nd, day after April Fools. Thank goodness for that, because otherwise no one was going to believe it, let's be real. I'm wondering if the Switch 2 will provide something of a performance boost for Switch games, and if that's the case, then everything should be fine. Like, those Atari Recharge games should theoretically work fine on the Switch 2. But we'll find out when we get that far, you know. But since playing it on the Xbox, it's been a complete night and day experience, because you realize just how much those little ticks, you know, those little tiny lag spikes that occur, how much they actually affect the game, and how much smoother it is when you're playing it on Xbox. And honestly, the games for what they are, they're very simplistic. There's no reason that they should ever lag out, even on the Switch. Like, you could argue that the Switch is not a powerful system, and fair enough, it was underpowered the day it released. But at the same time, I'm sitting here thinking to myself, man, these games should work just fine on GameCube. And yet. I think that's possibly more of an optimization issue than an actual hardware issue, you know? Excuse the noise, I'm just taking a drink. But yeah, it just seems awfully weird. Like, these games definitely shouldn't have issues on Switch, but they do. So if you were inclined to play any of the Recharged series, I would highly recommend buying them on Xbox or PC. I think they're available on PlayStation. I'm not 100% sure. In fact, let me just check for you. Atari Recharged. Okay, Atari Games Recharged. There we go. Available on Steam, Switch, PlayStation, Xbox, Epic, and Atari. Oh, what's that? And GOG. Oh, you can get them on GOG too? Interesting. Okay, so I do have Gravatar. I'm looking at the list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, 10. How did I count to 12? That's weird. Alright, but there are other games as well, aside from the Recharge games, that Atari have been releasing recently. I go digital games. Lunar Lander Beyond. That's the other one. Lunar Lander Beyond. I knew there was, because there's a couple of Atari, basically they're like the Recharge games, but they're not the Recharge games, you know? They're Atari games, but they, and they kind of like those classic Atari games, but instead of them being a Recharged, they're kind of their own thing. You've got Food Fight Culinary Combat. That one doesn't particularly appeal to me. It feels very a little bit low effort, if I'm gonna be entirely honest. You got the new Haunted House, which I played a little bit of. Oh wait, sorry, no, not this one. This is a different one. You've got the new Haunted House, where I kind of feel like it doesn't really fit in with the vibes of the original. It looks really interesting, though. It's a kind of more of a top-down puzzle game where you explore the mansion. You gotta try and find things in the mansion, little relics and such. That one looks alright. Mr. Run and Jump. Now, I was not aware that this one existed, but there's like a neon version of Mr. Run and Jump, which I do want to get my hands on at some point. Because I recently picked up Mr. Run and Jump, the Atari 2600 version. I got the physical. It was one of the games that was released in stores here in Australia. And so I picked up the Atari 2600 version. I had no idea that there was a like a more modern version of Mr. Run and Jump, and it kind of looks like not Geometry Wars. It kind of looks like Flatland, and it's got gameplay like Meat Boy. You know, it's a hard puzzle platformer where you gotta run, jump, you know, climb, wall jump your way through a load of puzzle stages. It looks really fun. It's a game that I will be picking up at some point. But I didn't actually know that there was a new version of it until more recently. And then you got Lunar Lander Beyond, which is like a new version of Lunar Lander. And of course, Yars Rising, that's another one. Yars Rising, which we're going to play at some point in the future on this channel, because I am a fan of the Yars series. Yars Rising isn't like Yars Revenge or Yars Recharged or anything like that. Yars Rising is a Metroidvania game. Very much gives me vibes of games like Flashback and Another World, but with more of a Metroidvania sort of feel, you know, way of playing. But yeah, so today we're going to be playing Yars Recharged on Xbox, and that's going to be a bit of a difference. Before we do, though, there is one other thing that I just wanted to go over. And that is, recently, things have not been great. We'll get into Yars in just a moment. I just, things haven't been great here at the moment. And by here I mean myself more than anything. It's not like there's a problem necessarily with the channel. It's not necessarily a problem with what I'm making. It's mostly an issue with me, and I've just not been feeling it recently. And again, it's not that. Oh, I tell you what, it definitely is. Not to belabor a point that I've been making every time we play Monster Hunter World, but honestly, I've just not been enjoying Monster Hunter World. And seeing as that has been a huge part of my schedule for the past... Well, this is the end of the first week, and I'm already tired of it. You know? That says a lot, I think. And, I'm finding it very difficult to motivate myself to want to play more Monster Hunter World. A part of me has been thinking of going back and playing more Monster Hunter Rise. But it's been difficult to convince myself recently to get on stream. Even though, like, I was expecting, like, I was really excited to be back, and I think we had a great stream on Monday. But it already feels like a month has passed, you know? I feel like I've been struggling to want to stream, and it's because I feel so deflated by Monster Hunter. And I think that is obvious. Because when I look at my streams, when I look at the analytics and the numbers and everything like that, it's become pretty obvious that people don't really care. You know? And I don't mean like, oh, yeah, people don't care, they're leaving the channel and stuff like that. No. That's not what I'm getting at. What I mean is that because I don't care, you've got less reason to care, you know? We've had a couple of new subscribers, but we've also lost a few in the past week. We're basically just breaking even with people coming in and people leaving. But if I go to my account, if I go to my channel, there's a very clear separation when you go back to when I'm playing Rise, it is consistently, and I know this isn't much, right? I know, in the grand scheme of things, this isn't a lot, but you're consistently over 120 views. And those, you gotta take in consideration as well, that I'm a streaming channel. Not many people go back and rewatch a stream. There are a few people that do, and that's great, and I greatly appreciate it. Like, something which I guess I haven't said much of recently is my appreciation of the VOD crew. For those people that can't make it to the streams, but watch the streams later anyway, you know, it does make a difference. Sorry, excuse me. It does make a difference, and it does make a difference to my mood too, you know? It's not so straightforward, it's not so cut and dry as, oh, we got some views during the stream and that was it, you know? There are some moments where we have a little bit of a dip. There was a stream where I got 70 views. I think that's the lowest number that I got while playing Monster Hunter Rise, was 70 views. Excluding some of the absolute earliest, you know, like very early on, it's like 50, 30, you know, because people don't go back and rewatch streams. That's just not a thing that people do. A lot of people want to be here for the moment when I'm on stream, and that says a lot for a lot of these view numbers, you know? It says that I got 150, 180, 200 views during the stream, and only so much of those views came after the stream. Only a few of them. We are roughly half currently, and that was an immediate and obvious change when we went from Monster Hunter Rise, where we had 128 views, to the very next Monster Hunter stream where we played Monster Hunter World, where I got 88. Then it was a little bit of an up. We got 100, then 80, then 116, and you think, okay, maybe things will gradually grow over time. But then it's 64, 82, 72, 53. Yesterday's stream, we only got 53 views. That's not good. That's really not good. And I don't mean that in a sense that I'm saying like, oh, you guys need to step up. That's not the point. That's not the problem. The problem is obviously me. I'm finding it difficult to motivate myself to play Monster Hunter, and I'm finding it frustrating, and there's a lot about World that I don't like, and I can't hide that. I can't hide that reality. And it would be disingenuous if I did, you know, if I was pretending that I was, you know, oh yeah, no, this is the greatest game ever. That would be so disingenuous. And I feel like that would be even worse. So, I do need to rethink a few things. I definitely need to address some of the issues that I am having. But currently, I have to be honest, I'm not feeling it, you know? I'm feeling like there's more that I should be doing or could be doing, but I'm failing to do so because there is this unknown value, you know? There's something that is just not working for me, and I'm not 100% sure what it is, aside from just saying, oh, it's Monster Hunter. I think it's more than that. I genuinely think it's more than just it being Monster Hunter. And there's a lot of other things that are happening as well, like just generally I've been feeling down again. I did try to reset my sleep, but that's not really worked out for me. I'm under a bit of stress and pressure because there are a bunch of things that are happening right now with like subscriptions, and I need to be able to get my notifications out, and the means by which I've been using to do that has unfortunately kind of fallen through. So yeah, I need to figure out new ways of doing certain things. But I gotta be honest, I feel like I need to go back to the way things were. The way that I was enjoying video games was me playing games that, you know, games that I wanted to play, games that I was enjoying, you know? Playing Zelda games, playing RPGs. That's what I wanted this channel to be about, was playing adventures and RPGs. That was my focus. And I turned it around to being all about multiplayer stuff. But as I learned on Monday, most people want me to go back. Most people, according to the reaction I got in that stream, people want me to play single player games. They don't really care about multiplayer stuff. And I can kind of understand why. Like, at the end of the day, even if I am playing multiplayer stuff, it's not stuff that it's not games that everyone has. So if I'm playing something that other people don't have access to or don't want to play, it's less interesting, you know? It's different from playing something that's single player, because obviously there's the expectation there that when you go into a stream and someone's playing a single player game, that you're not going to be able to play. But I think there's another a different expectation when people go into a stream with a multiplayer game and they can't play. It's more frustrating. It's more, you know, you turn up to the game and you say, oh yeah, I want to play this. Oh, I can't. And I think that also describes the difference between Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Rise. I think the good majority of people play Monster Hunter Rise and Sunbreak on Switch. And even if they did make the transition over to the PC version, they still have the Switch version and they can still play. But with Monster Hunter World, it all released at the same time. Well, close enough. You got it on PlayStation, Xbox, and PC, and everyone bought their own version. And so people come into the stream and they're like, oh, Monster Hunter World, I can play with you. Oh no, you're playing the PC version. And they leave. And I think when a game divides its audience like that, it does more damage than playing a single player game. Because people know what they're getting into when it's a single player game. Oh hey Munta, sorry I didn't see you there. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I don't think it's that people don't care about multiplayer, but they don't want you to stop single player things. People enjoy doing the sit along with you. Oh no, I understand that, but what I'm saying is I feel like when someone sees a multiplayer game and they come into that stream, they are coming into the stream with certain expectations. And when they do come into the stream with those expectations and discover those expectations have haven't been realized, you know? It's like they come into the stream, they seem... It doesn't even necessarily... Let's set aside Monster Hunter for a second. Let's say I do a Mario Kart stream. So, I'm doing a Mario Kart stream, but I'm just doing time trials. So people come into the stream, and they're like, oh, you're playing Mario Kart? Can I join in? No, I'm playing time trials. Oh, okay then. And they leave. But if I was playing Super Mario Odyssey, no one is expecting multiplayer experience. So they come into it and they're like, oh, you're playing Mario Odyssey, fantastic. There's no expectation that they'll be able to join. So when you play multiplayer games and people come to your stream like, oh, they're playing this, I can join in, it becomes extremely disappointing when they can't. And I think there's a difference between, let's say, that and Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is, I think, a different example, because people who... With Guild Wars 2, it's either people that have it or don't, you know? So it's either that they're coming into it thinking, oh, this is going to be like a single-player experience because I don't own that game, or they're coming into it with, this is going to be a multiplayer experience, maybe I can play along with them. And of course, they are welcome to do so when we do play. So I do think that there's a difference, and I mean that in terms of there's a difference from the perspective of a streamer, you know? People don't come into a stream with a multiplayer game expecting, oh, well, I'm not going to be able to play this, because, you know, why else would you be doing multiplayer games? You actually choose a good example how even Mario Kart can include. Yeah, exactly. That's yeah. Like, if I was just doing Mario Kart time trials or the single player experience, then people would be frustrated. Or even like dodgy rules to include cross-platform. Yeah, exactly. There's that as well, definitely. When you've got certain cross-platform games, it's definitely going to be going to have a certain amount of impact, because there's some games, like when you think about games like Call of Duty, which are on PC and Xbox and PlayStation, the PC version, obviously certain people have a particular advantage. There are some people that prefer using a controller, and more power to them, but me personally, I can't play a shooter in general, but I can't play a shooter unless I'm using a mouse. So if I'm playing mouse and keyboard and someone comes in with a controller and I'm just wiping the floor with everyone, that's not fun either, because maybe I have an advantage because I've got a mouse and keyboard, whereas they are at disadvantage because they're on a controller, or vice versa. It's not fun when someone is playing a game. Let's think of Path of Exile for a second, shall we? Path of Exile is definitely a game that you should play on controller for certain aspects of it, right? And when looking at Path of Exile, when it comes to the controls, like moving your character around, you definitely want to have a stick. But when it comes to spellcasting, keyboard seems to be the preference. In fact, I would argue the Path of Exile, probably the best way to play Path of Exile is with keyboard and left-hand Joy-Con. What a wild way to play, but that is where I would argue is probably the best. Left-hand Joy-Con and keyboard. But there's going to be some people that are playing and they're at disadvantage because they're using a keyboard. and there are going to be other games where people play where they're at disadvantage because they're using a controller. And so cross-platform stuff can be really frustrating sometimes. Dance mat, is it? I mean, I have seen so many speedruns of people doing like dance mat speedruns and stuff like that. It's really funny. The other one is the Donkey Kong Bongos. Donkey Kong Bongos speedruns. Those are pretty funny. Space Marine 2, for example, can't play PvP with PC players on PS5. I understand why, kind of, but also why. No, I agree. I'm so tired of yeah, look, I can see why. I can understand why, because there is an advantage to keyboard and mouse. You know, you point your gun with your pointer, right? You just go there, shoot. You know, it's a bit simpler, I feel, than a controller, but controllers also have like a certain level of auto aim. So I feel like, you know, it is balanced in its own way by including different mechanics. You know, keyboard and mouse is very precise. Controller is less precise and has a little bit of auto aim, which I think is fine. But one of the issues is, unfortunately, PlayStation. Sony themselves, you know, they are less inclined to allowing cross-platform play. They claim it's a breach of user information or whatever. Like Sony are not selling your data to everyone anyway, you know. But they're on about how it's a breach of their users' information and data, and you know, all the information needs to cross between different servers. It's nonsense. It's bullshit. It's their excuse for keeping things within their ecosystem and trying to encourage more and more people to just buy things on PlayStation. And that's sadly the reality, because they've even gone on to say that they'll release like God of War, Spider-Man, and what's the other one? Robo Dinosaurs. I was about to say Ark, but it's not Ark, is it? They've released the first game in those series on Steam, but they have no intentions of releasing the sequels because they want you to buy it on Steam, play it, and then go, oh, I really want to play the second one, and then buy a PlayStation to play the second one. Like, that's their stated goal. They're releasing the first version, the first games in those series on PC to try and encourage people to buy a PlayStation for the sequels. Oh, hey Hunter, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Yeah, it is dirty. It really is. But that's the thing, is that Sony are known for doing this. You know, Nintendo and Xbox, like, there have been developers that have come out and straight up said, we could make this game cross-platform tomorrow. There's literally a checkbox. You click the checkbox and it makes it cross-platform. But Sony wouldn't let them press the button. That's dirty. That is dirty. And it's anti-consumer. At the end of the day, it is better for us as players to be able to play with anyone. In fact, I believe, I don't want to say with certainty, but I believe the developer that said, yes, we could turn on cross-platform tomorrow, I believe that was Mojang. Because they had just released the Switch and Xbox Bedrock Edition crossover. And after they'd done that, people were saying, why can't you do this for PlayStation? And I believe, I'm not going to say with certainty, but I believe it was Mojang saying, we absolutely could do this for PlayStation as well, but Sony won't let us. It was literally a checkbox to allow for cross-platform play, and Sony wouldn't let them press the button. And that's kind of sad. Honestly, like, really, I find that annoying and frustrating. Well, no, Nintendo actually have been working with... This is the strange thing, is Nintendo and Xbox have got a really good working relationship. It's something that you might not expect. You wouldn't think, wait, Nintendo and Xbox get along? Absolutely they do. They get along really well. But, yeah, it was Nintendo and Xbox that really paved the way for cross-platform. Cannot believe it. Sony being greedy. They're usually such angels. I know, right? I mean, look, let's be real. Every corporation, every company is ultimately pretty greedy. But, there are some outliers. You know? There are some people who are greedy, but they're greedy to an extent that you can kind of understand. It's like, well, if they want to make money, yeah, they're gonna do that, right? But then there's also companies that are very, very greedy. They could release another sequel to Breath of the Wild and not port Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom to Switch 2, but they wouldn't do that, right? From what I understand, that they may be doing Breath of the Wild as a 4K port. Now, we don't know this for certain, but there's... I want to be very cautious about how I say this, because I don't want to imply something has been said that hasn't been said. But it does seem that there are implications that Nintendo are indeed using a more up-to-speed, a more up-to-spec NVIDIA chip. Now, previously, the first Switch was using an old mobile chip. Like, when it was released, it was already out of date, right? It was using the Tegra... It was using the Tegra X Custom. So, it was a Tegra X chip with custom... You know, slight differences customized specifically for the Switch. So, it was as... refined as it could be for the Switch, but it was using a Tegra 1. A lot of people were saying that the next Switch, or the Switch Pro as they were calling it at the time, would use a Tegra X2, which was the most up-to-date chip on the market at the time. Right now I think the Tegra X5 is out, but it's possible that they're not going to be using the Tegra. They're going to be using a more up-to-spec NVIDIA chip that potentially has a DLSS component, which means that the Switch 2 is probably not going to be outputting native 4K, but using DLSS will be able to upscale to 4K, which, if true, means that it should be able to upscale older games, right? In theory, you should be able to put Tears of the Kingdom into a Switch 2 and it will output in 4K, or at very least 2K. It depends on what they're going for, depends on what their goals would be. But it does seem that you'd be able to put old games into the console and the console will automatically upscale it. However, there's only a certain, considering it is a Switch console, considering it's definitely going to be underpowered still. They're not going to, Nintendo don't care about graphics. They don't care about having the most powerful system on the market. They care about bespoke experiences that are unique to Nintendo, They make a console for their games first. And then if other people want to put games on the Switch, they'll do it, right? So it'll probably still only be able to upscale it by a certain amount. And so if you put Tears of the Kingdom from the Switch into the Switch 2, they might be able to upscale it, let's say 2K. Let's just say 2K. However, if they were to remake or rebuild Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild, they could make it so that it's natively running at a higher resolution and therefore will be able to upscale it even further. So that's one of those things, is that there's still a good reason to do a remaster. And you gotta take in consideration that, let me just quickly look at The Last of Us 2. Last of Us 2 was originally released in 2020 and was re-released as a HD remaster in 2024. That's 4 years. Which is kind of ridiculous. It's so stupid. 4 years turnaround and they made a HD remaster of The Last of Us Part 2. Breath of the Wild came out in 2017. That'll be, by March of this year, that was 8 years ago. Double the length of time that The Last of Us was out, or The Last of Us 2 was out, before that got a remaster. So I can kind of understand that with new hardware and, with 8 years of experience, especially seeing as what they did with Tears of the Kingdom, being able to release Breath of the Wild at a higher fidelity on the next system, I think that makes a certain amount of sense. I hope they do Switch to Switch 2 transfers. Oh, that's happening. Yeah. I'm not okay. Yeah, I can't say it's going to be definite, but they did say very clearly that most physical and digital games will work from the Switch to the Switch 2. And the reason they say most is because on Switch 2, the Joy-Con doesn't have an IR reader. So any games that require IR, so like Nintendo Labo or 1-2-Switch, I think 1-2-Switch has an IR thing, but any games that require IR won't work on the Switch 2. At very least, that's what we believe, because it doesn't have the IR scanner on the bottom of the Switch, of the Joy-Con for the Switch 2. I never get physical copies, you really should. So Switch to Switch transfers shouldn't be a problem, because all you'll be doing is logging into the Switch 2 on your account. So once you log into the Switch 2 on your Nintendo account, you should be able to transfer or re-download all the games that you already own. I'm amazed amazing at losing small choking hazards. I suppose. But you gotta remember that one day those, you know, that eShop might close down. And then you might not be able to get hold of those games anymore. That said, I recently had an issue with my Monster Hunter 4 cartridge, so there's no guarantee that physical will last forever either. But, yeah, I'm not going to say with absolute definite that you'll be able to transfer your entire library. Switch to Switch is a thing that actually exists. So if you are downloading a game onto the Nintendo Switch, and you are in a network with someone else that also has that game, you can do peer-to-peer connectivity to get the files from that other person's Switch. So that's a thing. So there's a very good chance that if you were to buy a Switch 2, log into your account, and have your Switch and your Switch 2 logged in at the same time, you should even be able to do a transfer from your Switch to your Switch 2 of the digital game. Not just the digital license, but like the files. You'll be able to transfer from one Switch to another, because it already has that capability. So, yeah, I mean, the chances are good at very least. But, yeah. I would like to believe that Nintendo and Xbox are doing a really good job right now of playing nice. And it's not, like, 100% out of the question with PlayStation either. I'm not here to console war. I'm not here to be one-sided and argue that Xbox is better than PlayStation or Nintendo is better than Xbox or what have you. That's not my goal. I'm dead against console warring. My whole point is, like, I'm trying to look at things from a factual perspective. I'm looking at the way that the developers and the publishers are talking about these consoles and the way that the systems are set up. And it does seem that there is a little bit of a... There's a little bit more of an obstacle when it comes to Sony. It seems. It would seem to be an accurate statement to make that there is a little bit more of an obstacle. If it's good and it's fun, play it. Exactly. That's exactly my perspective. At the end of the day, the only reason for you to not buy a game for a console is if you don't have the console, you know? If you can afford and you are willing to buy every console and maybe even a PC as well, go for it, you know? Play every game that you can. Play all the games. Don't limit yourself just because of a piece of plastic. At the end of the day, when I talk about video games, and I often talk about them from the terms of like cyber paganism, you know, belief in video games. I believe in video games, you know, that sort of thing. I don't mean I believe in the chunk of plastic that sits underneath my TV. I believe in the concept. I believe in the ideas and the ideals. That's the thing about gaming that I believe in. The idea that it's a merit-based system. You're only as good as you are, you know? That there's no hindrances based on race, color, creed, you know, sex, gender, whatever you want to, all these, you know, various innate identities, you know, all of this, you know, that doesn't matter with gaming. That's irrelevant with gaming. It's, can you play this game with me? Yeah, cool, then you're my player too. It's that simple. Can you play the game? Yes? Cool, let's play. Everything else goes out the window. There's no, it's not that you disregard identity politics. There is no such thing as identity politics in gaming. Or at very least there shouldn't be. Anyone should be able to pick up a game and just enjoy it. If they so choose. That's another thing as well. I'm not saying that every game needs to be for everyone. That's another thing entirely. I think it's important that games have a target audience. But, you know, if you're not into RPGs, then obviously I'm not, no one should be making an RPG for racing fans, you know? That would kind of nullify the point, wouldn't it? But, I think for a lot of that stuff, that politics, that divisiveness that gets in the way of real life can be completely disregarded and made irrelevant within the realms of gaming. And everyone can come together. Everyone can play together. If it's a game you want to play, just play it. You say that, but someone made an RPG for golfers? They didn't though, did they? They made a golfing game for RPG fans. It's just like, oh, what's that game? Racing Lagoon. Racing Lagoon is a game by Square Enix, and it's a racing game for RPG fans. Hey Tim, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? No, I think there's a difference. I think there's a difference. I think games like that do bridge the difference. You know, that Racing Lagoon is definitely somewhere in between. But unfortunately, I feel like Racing Lagoon is in between racing and RPGs. To the extent that racing fans don't like it and RPG fans don't like it. Which is a shame because it's a really interesting game. I have not played it personally, but I watched a really in-depth documentary about it. It was like a 3 or 4 hour documentary about Racing Lagoon. Hang on, let me shill that one. Oh wait, no, I'm not on YouTube. Hold on. Yeah, it was a 2.5 hour RPG breakdown by Dungeon Chill. That's right, it was Dungeon Chill. Okay, so I'm gonna shill this this video right here. But I want you to understand something, right? I want you to understand something. If you watch that documentary, like I said, 2.5 hours, nearly 3 hours. Wait, what did I say? 2.5 hours? 2.5 hours. Yeah, 2.5 hours. If you start watching this, right, and you get to about the 20-minute mark, and you think to yourself, oh, actually, about about half an hour mark. When you get to about the half an hour mark, and you think to yourself, you know what, this game sounds fun, I want you to stop watching it. I want you to stop watching it, and I want you to go and play it. It's going to be difficult to get hold of. I mean, sort of. You know, emulators exist. And my opinions on emulation have changed drastically over the past 6 months to a year. Yeah. I strongly recommend that someone plays it. I wish I had played it. After watching through that entire video, I wish I'd played it. But I didn't. I watched the video instead because I thought to myself, man, I'm never going to play this. But if you're into RPGs, if you're into 90s era Squaresoft, give it a go. It's weird. And like I said, I feel like when the game released, it was a game that was too race orientated for it to be enjoyed by RPG fans, and was too RPG orientated to be enjoyed by racing fans. So it split the difference in the worst possible way and was not enjoyed by anyone. Except for a core audience of people that were specifically looking for this kind of game. So definitely check out Racing Lagoon. But yeah, I think that's what I feel like it is really important though about video games, is that they can be for everyone. Sorry, they can be for anyone. I should be very careful about saying that. They can be for anyone. They shouldn't be for everyone, because that's silly. Because, like I said, you could easily make the argument that Super Mario Odyssey sucks because it's not a racing game. You know, that gets really stupid very quick when you say that video games should be for everyone. They should be for anyone. Anyone who wants to pick up that game and wants to play that kind of game should be able to, and should be able to enjoy it. Anyone should, no one should be locked out of a game. But if the game contains themes and topics and subjects that you are not interested in, then they shouldn't be adding themes, topics, and subjects, or removing themes, topics, and subjects for you, you know? There is a distinct difference, even though it doesn't necessarily seem like it sometimes. There is a very big difference between a game being for everyone and a game being for anyone. And I think that even myself, until I started thinking about it from a video games perspective, I didn't really see a distinction between everyone and anyone. And I think previously I had used the terms interchangeably. But after thinking about it from that perspective, yeah, there's a clear difference. But yeah, that's let's get back to the original topic at hand here. Things have been changing, and I feel like not necessarily for the better. And I feel like I need to do some changing back. I need to kind of, I wouldn't want to say get back to my roots, because at the same time, I do still want to play a bunch of games that, that I've got on the roster. But really thinking about what you guys were talking about on Monday, and it still boggles my mind that it's only been a week, but what you guys were talking about to me on Monday really resonated, more so because we were talking about how that guy came into the chat and said that I streamed too much. And I think what's happened isn't necessarily that I streamed too much, it's just that I'm streaming a lot of because I'm streaming a lot of multiplayer games, it immediately alienates certain people. A lot of people can sit down and just enjoy me playing a single player game, but it's not the same when it comes to a multiplayer game, because people feel like they're missing out. If the opportunity is there to play, but they can't play it, they feel like they're missing out. And I need to reevaluate what I'm doing with my streams. I need to really think about what it is that I want to do. Why did I start this channel in the first place, you know? That's a big question to ask. Quite often, I think a lot of people allow themselves to be taken in a direction by their chat or by their audience, and I don't want to be. I want to be the person that does what I'm doing because I want to do it, not because I'm told this is what you should do. I do what I want. Thank you very much. But obviously I don't want to ignore your perspectives either. So when I think about games that we're playing at the moment and games we're going to play in the future, it makes me think, am I doing this right? Am I doing this in a way that is enjoyable for everyone involved? Or am I doing something that is too narrow-minded, too narrow of a scope, too narrow of an idea? Am I forcing my perspectives and my ideals and my way of playing games onto everyone else and expecting them to step up to my plate instead of me coming to you and saying, hey, do you want to play this together? You know, I think there's a difference there. Telling you to play by my rules isn't necessarily the same as playing together, you know? I'm asking you to play my way or else. And one of the things that got me thinking about that is Guild Wars. On one hand, I want to do the story aspect of the Guild Wars 2 narrative, but I'm wondering if it is better to do... I'm wondering if it is better to not do the streams the way that we've been doing them. Would it be better for people to just play as much as they want and then come together and play Guild Wars together on stream? You know? Not limit it to, oh, you can only play as a char character and you can only do this. Because... I mean, Guild Wars 2 at very least having multiple character slots does mean that you could just leave a character and not play as them. And it wouldn't be an issue. But at the same time, I just kind of feel like... is that the reason why people play Guild Wars? Are people playing Guild Wars 2 for the story? I know I am. But is anyone else playing Guild Wars 2 for the story? And that's something to think about. So it's something I will be thinking about. A lot of people are. I know that there's a lot of people, but, you know, I'm not necessarily talking about... I don't necessarily mean, are the majority of players that play Guild Wars playing for the story? I'm asking, are we playing it for the story? I want to play it for the story. I know Kiko wants to play it for the story. But Lainey, Tim, anyone else who might join us, do they really care about the story? Have they already played the story? Like Kay, for example. She said that she would join us on stream, but she's not interested in starting a Char character. You know? Clearly, she's not interested in playing that aspect of it for the story. So, that's one of those things that I'm just thinking about. Not necessarily saying that I'm going to change anything. Not necessarily saying that, you know, what I'm doing is wrong. I'm just saying it's something I'm thinking about. And the other thing is just sheer amount of time. Time. I don't have it. I don't know how I'm going to fit everything into 1 week. And I'm starting to wonder if I should go to 6 days a week. I don't really want to do 6 days a week, but I'm starting to think that I should. Just to have enough time. But yeah. I will say as a viewer, I do not want MMOs for the gameplay. I don't care about watching people run around the world and grind and jump. I want to see the fighting and grinding along with the story and decision making. Right. See, because that makes me think then, should we be potentially be doing Guild Wars as a video series instead of a stream series? Should we perhaps be doing Guild Wars as like the story style stuff as a video, and then just playing dungeons and things on stream? Or, you know, even let's go even further than that. Should we be doing the story stuff at all? Maybe we should just be doing dungeons and things, doing dungeon raids. Leveling up our characters, fighting, exploring, discovering things. I had a lot of fun discovering things when we went through Ascalon. But this is what I mean. This is something that I'm thinking about. It's not something that I'm saying, oh, I'm going to immediately change everything tomorrow. It's just what I'm thinking about. And with that, hour and a half later, we're going to jump on into the game, because it's probably about time for that. Let's hope this works, shall we? Hang on, I know my headphones plugged in. Hang on. Alright. Hey, look at that. Worked first time. Legendary. That is loud. That is very loud. Why is that so loud? How does that sound to you? Does that sound okay? Come on, chat, let me know. Is that loud? Is that too quiet? What's going on? That is not an answer, Kiko. Oh, it is. It's just not a helpful one. It's a bit loud still. I have no idea why is this so loud. Yeah. Let me just crank that down. Better or more? Let me check. I realized that there was like a... Yeah, I thought maybe turn it down a bit more, yeah. I turned that off. Oh wow, okay, that's way louder. Okay. Right. That should be alright. I hope. That's fine? Okay, cool. So, my best score was 100,558. Where does that put me on the leaderboard? Let's take a look at the leaderboard, shall we? I am number 60 in the world on Xbox. Obviously, I am aiming for as high as we can get. And I will be playing with Hunger and Heavy Cannon. I will not be playing with Hyper. Hyper's a pain in the ass. So, let's see if I can beat my high score before the end of this evening. So for anyone who's not played this game before or has never seen me playing it before, this is a simple high score game based on Yars Revenge by Howard Scott Warshaw for the Atari 2600. This is Yars Recharged. And the goal is simple. You are a little fly. Do not get killed. The options that I chose towards the beginning were modifiers to make the game harder. And the harder you make the game, the more points you actually receive. So... the options that I ended up choosing were Hunger, which means that you can't shoot, you have to eat. Come on, there we go. So, you, what was the other one I picked? Heavy Cannon. heavy cannon means after you fired one shot, you cannot move the cannon again. The other option was called Hyper, and what Hyper does is it basically doubles the speed of the game. So you move twice as fast, the weapons charge twice as fast. Like everything just moves. Sorry, the shots move twice as fast, I should say, not weapons charge. It makes it barely playable, in my opinion. I'm sure there are people who enjoy it. I don't. Simply put, I do not. I don't. And so, either through nibbling, which is my current method of attack, or through shooting, you've got to destroy these shield cells so that you can attack the core with the cannon on the back wall. It's a very simple, straightforward game. It's very fun, very enjoyable, easy to learn, difficult to master, I would say. You get points for everything you destroy, which means that there is actually a set amount of points that you can gain per level. Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. And the goal is quite simple. Survive and get the highest score. I would say one of the best ways to get a really good high score is to try and avoid any kind of damage. Because you do actually have a... you actually have a bonus for... not receiving damage during a fight. So... So it's definitely one of the things that you want to be going for, is avoiding damage. So in terms of damage, at the beginning of every stage, you start with 3 lives, or 3 hit points. Once the 3 hit points are gone, your game is over, as you might expect. But there's also the attack by the center core. That attack, the swirl attack, will actually kill you in one hit. It does 3 hit points of damage. So you kind of want to avoid that if you can. And you don't actually have to destroy everything around the core. They will just explode at the end if you hit the core. And that's the basic rundown of how to play this game. Destroy shield cells, blow up the core. I feel like this game, Yars Recharged, or, you know, the original Yars Revenge, is basically it's the video game that every, you know, video game in cartoons is, you know? The idea of shooting bug-eyed aliens, you know? The nondescript video game that you see in movies and television. You know? This is it, you know? It does exist. It's called Yars. And it's got all of those sorts of names that you'd expect, you know, that with the excess of Y's and Z's and stuff like that. You are the Yar. You're fighting the Qotile. Sorry. You come from the plant of Razak IV. You need to fire the Zorlon Cannon, you know? All of that 60s and 70s B-movie sci-fi. That is this game, right? This is exactly that game. Oh, I got hit. Oh. Oh no, oh, I'm doing terribly. I haven't played this since last year. So, do expect a little bit of warm-up. No, never mind. 40,000? That's not even half my current score. Okay. It reminds you of Undertale? I can't imagine how. Alright. I mean, I guess Undertale has got a lot of, you know, it takes its references from a lot of classic video games. It was originally an Earthbound fan project. And actually, if you look at Toby Fox's repertoire, it's primarily Earthbound and Mother-related stuff. So he took a lot of influence from Earthbound, but he also took a lot of influence from a lot of classic video games for like the mini games that appear in there. So yeah, I suppose I get it. This game doesn't really have a story or anything though, so well, I mean it does, but it's not like a part of the game. It's not like an RPG or anything. Ah, no, I'm stuck. Oh, come on. I was trying to go around it and I slipped into it by mistake. Ah, that sucks. So early to get to lose one of my health bonuses. Damn. Oh, I'm stuck again. I got stuck on the bottom of the screen. Okay. Now it should do a swirl attack, which I want to stay away from. No? Oh, yep, there it goes. Cool. So there's a slight amount of variation to the stages, like not a huge amount. You don't always get the same stages in the same order, which works for me. Because there's some... I got really lucky, I must admit, the last time I played, because I was doing a particularly hard stage, and I was dreading what was coming next, and it switched to a really easy stage, and I was surprised, and I ended up getting a much higher score than I was originally expecting to get. Yeah, RNG working for me for a change. Okay. I don't know why I'm eating this side, because by the time I finish eating this side, it'll be on the other side. So... avoid that. Okay. Honestly, the most dangerous guns here are these ones on the inside. It's not the 6-shooters, because the 6-shooters, you know, they only shoot in a particular set of directions. But these ones, because they can track your movement, makes them a little bit more difficult to deal with. Not hard. Not by any stretch of the imagination. There's much worse guns to come up in the future. But frustrating, yes. I think it's the difference between, like, the 6-shooters are an obstacle, whereas the guns are, the turrets are like an active attacker, you know? As long as you know where to stand, you don't even need to worry about the 6-shooters so much. So one thing you would have seen there is that the swirl attack can actually go through the shield. So whereas the swirl itself, whereas regular bullets get stopped on the shield, the swirl just goes straight through. Oh wait, I just remembered what this stage is. Yep, okay, cool. So this stage, you can get caught off guard, and those lasers will scissor you in. Oh. Oh no! Ooh! I heard it charging. I'm like, no, it can't be that one yet, right? Okay. Oh, there's still a shield. And I run out of power anyway. Damn. Playing a dangerous game called Yars Recharged. There you go, cannon's up. And the path is clear. I thought that I'd missed that time. I actually thought I'd missed that time. Oh, this stage, okay. Yeah, active and passive threat, that's what I was trying to say. Thank you, Kiko. And in this one, you've got a little bit of both happening at the same time. you got the active threats basically covering for the turrets. Sorry, you got the turrets, which are the active threats, covering for the 6-shooters, which are the passive threats. Nice. Oh my goodness. Get behind the shield. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. Oh my goodness, I can't get close. Okay, I'm good. No, I'm not. You gotta think like a fly. I know it sounds weird, but it's true. You're playing as a fly. You have so many obstacles that are out to get you. And you have to think like a fly. You have to buzz in, be annoying, and then buzz back out, you know? Got it. Nice. And now I can just get points by eating him. Easy. Oh, this one's got the cluster bombs. Okay. It's got cluster bombs and a scissor effect. Okay, I need to end that now. I hate the clusters. The clusters can be really frustrating. Got it. Okay. Gotcha. Whoa. Right, one cluster down. Two. Oh no, I got hit by one of the... I got hit by one of the stage shots. Okay. It's alright. It's alright. It's this one. This one I need to take out. Okay. See, with that done, I've got less to worry about. He says immediately as he's shot at by the swirl. There we go. There we go. Oh, the maze. Here we go. Oh, wrong direction. Oh no! Oh no no no! Oh, I backed into one. So there's another gun. As well as the swirl, there's another gun just down there. Cool. Oh no! I shot the swirl. Oh, I got it. There we go. Good grief. Okay, these guns I very much so dislike. Right? The auto guns that just fire constantly are so frustrating. They just keep getting in my way. So it should be that. 1, 2, 3. Cool. Oh no! Oh, wait! I miscounted! I miscounted the sequence. Now the sequence is completely off, so yeah. Nope, hang on. 3 shots. 1, 2, 3. Yep, there we go. Oh, now it's the laser. Good grief. Okay, I need to get rid of that. Okay. Get rid of one. Yes! Nice! Oops, that was close. That was way too close. I didn't like that. Right, was that one shooting? Inner one? Okay, cool. So I just realized my chair was rotating slowly, so I was looking at the screen from a really weird angle. Okay, I should be good now. Actually, I need to get rid of more of that shield. Oh no, no, this one's all scissors. This is oops, all scissors. I need to stop holding my breath. I'm holding my breath as I duck and weave between the lasers. It's not a good idea. It's like, why is my vision going dark? Oh yeah, lack of oxygen. No, it moves. This is one of those stages, though, that starts off really difficult and then becomes obviously a lot more manageable, like they all do, but they become... They all become more manageable as you play through the stage, but this is one of those ones that's like ridiculously chaotic at the beginning, with all those lasers shooting every which way. I missed again! Oh my goodness! The grid on the background does nothing. I'm glad this game isn't on a timer. If this game was on a timer, I'd be... Oh no! This is arguably one of the harder ones. Just because of the speed it's rotating. Crap. That was quick. Look how fast it's moving. Good start. This is one of those ones that you just kind of want to get over and done with. Wait. I don't think lasers can penetrate. But I'm not going to risk it. That can. Yeah, the way to see if it's gonna... Oh, here we go again. Speaking of picking up speed, the green stages can get ridiculous. Just because of the way they section you out. There's a lot of... Bloody hell. Oh, no. I had a choice there. I either run myself into the laser or run myself into a shot. Okay. It should be a little bit more manageable now. It's not going to be easy because of how fast it's spinning. Because that'll happen. But I just want to kind of break that. If I can break through on one edge, that's all I really need to do. I was way too close for comfort. I've only got 1 HP left. Oh no! It turned away. Damn it. Okay. Oh, I got it with 1. Speed. That speed. It's all about timing at the moment. I just need to find the right moment to attack that cannon. And now ain't it. Because it's that cannon that's causing me the most issues at the moment. No! Oh, damn. Oh my goodness, I beat my top score. I actually beat my top score. Alright. Oh my goodness. Ah, that was so silly though. I backed into that. I could see myself doing it. I felt my thumb pushing the controller to the left, and I'm already aware that there's a bullet there, and I'm like, oh, well, it's too late now. By the time the message gets my thumb to stop, I'll already be in there. Damn. Okay. Did we check what my top score was? It was 100,440. I believe. Or something like that. Let's check the leaderboard right now. I'm up to 36 in the world. I was 60th. So if we have a look at 60. So I was above Gib Girl. So it was probably like 100,490 something. It was above that. But it wasn't up above it by much. Could have been 491 for all I remember. But yeah. I called the last Yars stream part 3. That was the Yars... Yeah, no, that's the Yars... No, I'm not editing this one. That was the Yars comparison between Yars Revenge and Yars Recharged. That was... I titled that one part 3, but I'm going to be editing that one to call it just the comparison. Or possibly comparison part 1 or something like that. But yeah, wow. Second run of the night, and I've already beaten my top score and jumped up to 36 in the world. I'm okay with this. Let's do it again. You know, there was a millisecond of me being absolutely terrified there. Because I thought it started me on a green one. So I think that the tactic in this game, to a certain extent, there's an element of speed to it. But I think more than speed is precision. You know, you don't want to be doing anything that, you know, no excess movements, no unintentional movements. You want to get in, you want to get the kill, and you want to be out. You don't want to be screwing around for too long, because even when the enemy has run out of guns to shoot at you, once the Qotile is basically had all its armaments removed, it still can hurt you with the swirl, and it can still hurt you with the arena shots, which is, you know, they can be a problem just in and of themselves. So you don't want to be wasting time. You don't want to be hanging around longer than you need to be. You want to be just getting in, getting the kill, and coming, you know, getting out. So I would say less than speed is like purposeful decision making, you know? Don't rush, but don't linger. I think that would be the, a good way of putting it. Well, that's getting a bit too close for comfort. I would actually argue that this game has got, in terms of, like, how you approach gameplay, it's got a lot of similarities to, like, Monster Hunter. Because in Monster Hunter, it's all about opportunity. You are not the... You are a big bad hero, right? But you're not, you're not invulnerable, you know? Monsters that take a swing at you will do more damage than you taking a swing at them. And so... the goal is to be opportunistic, you know? Like I said, you gotta be purposeful in all of your movements. You don't want to be doing anything excessive. You don't want to be going somewhere that's not going to be helpful. But at the same time, you also most certainly do not... you don't want to rush either. Hence what I mean by purposeful. If you're in there too quick, you're going to get yourself killed. You need to know what you're shooting at. Or not shooting at, what you're eating, I suppose. And once you recognize the pattern, that's when you can start thinking about, right, how can I do this quickly? What's the quickest means to the end I'm going for? Oh, what just happened? What? I don't know what's happened. The Xbox hasn't crashed. I definitely lost that game. The Xbox is working. No, I think I know what did it. I think hang on a minute. I know what happened. I'm gonna have to be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, so as I was so happily explaining at the beginning of this week, I have altered my setup. I changed my setup so that I could include the Switch, the Xbox, the Wii, and something else. Basically, I had it set up so I could include 4 different consoles all plugged in at once, with just easy to switch between them. Yeah, so the HDMI switch box just stopped working. It just changed over to a different channel, which is really frustrating to say the least. So, I've disconnected the HDMI switcher. I've plugged the Xbox directly into my PC, which is no small feat, I would like to let everyone know. I'm sure everyone out there is thinking to themselves, oh, it's not that hard, just plug it in. It's like, no, actually no. No. It's not that easy for me, unfortunately, because of the way I've got everything set up. Sorry about that, choking. My PC is actually on my desk behind my monitors. And I don't know if you've seen my monitor setup, that it's a vertical monitor setup. So, yeah, no, it's not that easy to actually get around behind my monitors to get to my PC. Just do a simple change that quickly. It's the reason why I wanted a HDMI switcher, to be able to switch between multiple HDMI sources. Unfortunately, this one just seems to have a little bit of schizophrenia and randomly decides that it can hear voices from other channels. So, guess what I'm shopping for? What I would ideally get is a HDMI switch with like 4 to 6 channels with a physical switch, you know, one that can't accidentally change, not one that doesn't automatically switch to a different channel when it reads an input, or a phantom input for that matter. But that's the problem, is like a lot of these switches don't have a physical switch anymore. It's all freaking digital. Like back in the day, when HDMI first came out, you could get these big honking switches, and they would have a literal physical switch that you'd have to switch from one station to another. But now they made it all automatic and electronic, and that allows for so much possible cock-ups. I may be forced to make my own. And that's not something that that I particularly wanted to do. Yeah, I'm just looking now. I can't find any. There's none showing up that actually use a physical switch. They all have a button which changes between HDMI inputs electronically. That sucks. That really sucks. Oh well. Hi Mary, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Seems we're both having connection issues. I had to make the proactive move to ensure my tablet keeps working. Oh yeah. I saw you mention that earlier. Alright. Yeah, don't forget to subscribe. Subscribe now for more glitches and what can go wrong with an Iron stream this time. Alright, let's see where I'm at if I hit continue. Where am I looking at? Oh my goodness, I've still got 3 lives. How did I survive that? Not even having the literal screen turn off can stop me. I am a Yars Revenge god. Nice. Okay. By the way, when I checked the last score, it was... oh, no, oh, okay. No, that's the... Okay, hang on. That's the score on Switch. That's the score on Switch. I'm playing on Xbox. So my previous score on Xbox was 100 and something thousand. Now it's 112. So I did beat my high score. I haven't beat my maximum high score, which is 142,568. Which is my Switch score. But we're getting there. We're slowly making our way back up. Slowly but surely. Oh, this one. Okay. Oh, it got the shot off. I thought I was gonna get there. I mistimed it. Oh, that sucks. Alright, that's fine. It's fine. Nom 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 nom. There we go. Okay, so I didn't get my, full health bonus. No damage bonus. I think I might be better off just leaving these lasers in place. I know that sounds weird, but I think leaving those lasers there would probably benefit me. I'll explain why in a moment when I actually have the time to explain. Oh, I got shot. Oh, no. Alright, so the reason I left those lasers in place is because the arena shots, the bullets that come in from off screen, they build up the more weapons you destroy. Right? So if you destroy all of the weapons, there are more shots coming in from off screen. So it stands to reason, don't destroy all the weapons, especially the ones that can't really hurt you. Oh, I thought that hit me then. Oh heck, that's too many bullets. That's too many bullets for me to keep up with. Oh, what was I hit by? Okay. Oh, snuck that in. Let's see. About there. Right, don't have to deal with those now. Just this guy. Shut up! It's one down. That was quick. That was real quick. Oh my goodness, look how fast I did that. Ooh. Nice. Get in. Ooh, okay. One of the clusters is down. Nice and quick. Get rid of it. Ooh, oh, that was close. That was too close. I didn't like that. Oh no! Oh. Oh no, I just got hit by another one. I didn't even see that one. Ah. Okay. From an almost devastating loss right at the beginning of the game to a completely absent-minded loss at the end. What can I say? We can do this. I feel like this is the one. I feel like this is the one. As long as I don't crash into barely visible shield and get stuck. So once again, just a reminder to everyone that Kiko, who is the moderator in the chat, actually Mary's also a moderator in the chat. So we got Kiko and Mary. Kiko is the artist of of my character, as you can see here. But she's also the artist of the thumbnail from today's stream. And she's already working on the thumbnail for the next Yars Recharged stream. Which she has posted in the Discord, so go check that out if you want to see some more of Kiko's art. She will be posting more of it in the Discord, I believe. Come here! So one of the things that I really do like about this game, and one of the things that really elevates it above the original Yars Revenge, Yars Revenge is really good in my opinion. I know there are people that say it's overrated. I mean, they're wrong, but whatever. I know there are people that think it's overrated, and you know, it has its moments of where you just go, oh my goodness, this is just the same thing over and over again, I need to stop and play something else. But that was very much the same with a lot of games from that particular era, you know, from the Atari era. There was only so much they could do. They were inventing new genres every day. You know, every week there'd be a new game out, and that game would be the first of its kind, you know? So it would have been such an exciting time to be alive that every new game that you put together has so much meaning and so much influence on the industry from there out. And Yars Revenge is definitely one of those games. And it started off like it was supposed to have been a clone of another game called Star Castles, I believe. I think it was Star Castles, I'm pretty sure. And it wasn't amazing, you know? It wasn't going well. Howard Scott Warshaw, he thought he could make it work, and he tried his darndest, you know? I'm not sure entirely where I was hit by there. And, yeah, so he tried, but you just couldn't get it to work, you know? There's only so much you could do with the Atari 2600, and even getting the Atari 2600 to do what you wanted to do was akin to black magic, you know? So much so that even a few years later, it became this kind of arcane knowledge that no one really knew how to program for an Atari 2600, which became a real problem later on when Atari, under the tenure of the Tramiels, were trying to make new games. And they were just having so much difficulty making new games for the 2600 that they had to rehire a load of people that had left years earlier just to be able to get some new games on the system. Oh no. So, Yars Revenge has its place in history. Like, there's no question about that. It was really one of the first of its kind. There really wasn't many games at the time that were quite like it. There were other shooters out there, but, like, not quite what we had with Yars Revenge, you know? But what they've gone and done with Yars Recharged, I flew in too far. That was a silly mistake due to me talking. What they did with Yars Recharged, though, that made it a little bit different, is they've gone and added, like, a puzzler element to it. To paraphrase, or to borrow a phrase, I should say, from the developers of Doom, you know? And I don't mean the original id Software. I'm not talking about John Carmack and John Romero. I mean, like, the current developers of Doom. I can't remember what his name is. Marty... Is it Marty Stratton? Is that the guy who's currently in charge of Doom? I don't remember. Sorry if it is Marty. Oh! Oh, I just learned something! If you destroy the launcher, the bullet disappears. Oh my goodness, that's so useful! But yeah, sorry, to borrow a phrase from the current Doom team, it's kind of like playing chess with guns, you know? Like, the idea is that there is a strategy and a tactic that works, you know? And once you figured out the best strategy for the stage you're on, it's about refining it and implementing it. It's about repeating the process until you get something that works even better than what you started with. And it's about learning new things and discovering new techniques and strategies that can aid you in the continuation of your game, to keep your game lasting longer. With the original Yars, it was primarily about just getting to the end and shooting, you know? Oh, crap. And this is why I say about purposeful movement and not rushing, because stuff like that will happen. But they've really added, like, a puzzle element to this game and a strategic element, looking at the world and being like, right, so what do I gain? How do I do this faster? How do I do this better? Is there a correct way of approaching this particular collection of enemies, you know? And quite often you'll find that there is indeed a correct method. Correct being a very loose term, of course. But there are better strategies than others. You know, rushing in and attacking an enemy isn't always the best strategy. But sometimes you need to have speed on your side, otherwise you end up locked in a situation like this, where you've got so many bullets that you can't keep track of. Like, getting up close and personal and chewing on a Qotile is not the best move in the world. Right? I mean, it gets you a lot of points quickly, but it also leaves you very susceptible to being hit by the swirl, if it activates the swirl. Oh no. I'm losing all of my no damage bonuses. I just want you all to be aware of this. And you'll be surprised how many points a no damage bonus can net you. Oh my goodness. I couldn't see it for the other effects. Oh no. And that was panic moving. This is what I mean about rushing and panic moving. All of your moves need to be precise. You need to know what you're doing. You need to know where you're going. You need to know where your exits are, where your entrances are, where you can attack, where you can't attack. There's definitely more of a puzzle element, a chess element, to borrow a phrase from the id team. Also, it's useful to breathe. I don't know if anyone's explained this one before. I know it sounds like it might sound like one of those obvious things. It's not necessarily that obvious, but breathing is very helpful while playing video games. Having a good amount of oxygen in your system allows you to see better. I know that sounds crazy, but it's true. Because you know, if you're completely oxygen deprived, you can't see, funnily enough, because your eyes are closed. So that's kind of a big deal. Yeah, I don't think people talk about that enough, you know, the necessity of oxygen for video games. But yeah, strong recommendation. If you're having trouble with video games, if you're having some difficulty and you just can't seem to get past a particular stage or something, try breathing. Breathing helps, like, genuinely. I would even go as far as to say you will never become #1 in the world unless you breathe. Like, that's how important it is. I don't think enough speedrunners and high score, like, streamers and stuff like that, I don't think they really, I don't think any of them truly extol the virtues of breathing. Like, you get a lot of them, they'll talk about practice, and practice is useful. You know, you should always be practicing at the game that you want to be good at. Especially if it's a game that requires a lot of skill and a lot of patience and practice. You know, you gotta get yourself into that mindset as well, you know? So, like, on one hand, like, patience is one of those things that it's a learned trait. I know that that one, okay, now we're talking serious. We're not talking about breathing anymore. Patience is a learned trait, you know? You've got to stretch your patience. It's like a muscle, right? The more you work your patience, the stronger your patience is. And when you have huge setbacks in a video game, it is so easy to just give up and move on to something else. But if you just persevere, you discover that your patience for playing those games, your patience for accepting losses improves greatly. And I think that's one of the things that in all truthfulness and sincerity now, I think people who are new to games like Dark Souls don't get, right? The whole get good thing, you know, some people will use get good as like an attack, you know, they'll turn around and they'll say, you know, get good scrub, you know, and they'll mock you for being bad, and that's not a good attitude to have. But the get good mentality is really a good mentality. Like, it does come from a place of, oh, I missed that one. It does come from a place of genuine desire to see people get better. It does, honestly. I missed again. Oh my goodness. Because at the end of the day, the more you practice, like people who play Dark Souls, right? People who play those games, like Elden Ring for the first time, they'll go into it and they'll be like, wow, this is too hard, and then they'll quit. You know? You'd be like, oh, I can't do this, and then you quit. But what you'll discover is, the more you play, the more you will gain a thick skin for defeat. I think the #1 thing that causes people to quit after defeat is not being used to defeat. You know? So if you're playing a game which will kill you and has no qualms about completely shattering the worldview that you may hold, that you are a good gamer, you're gonna have to get used to that. You're gonna have to learn that, okay, maybe I do need to get good. Sorry, I need to read chat, but I can't do it right now. Nothing hits the get good mentality more than when you play fighting games. Yes! Frame data research, absolutely. Knowing exactly which frame to attack or block or counter-attack on is one of those things that is just... Yeah, you can't learn it. Sorry, you can't be taught it. It's something you gotta learn with experience. It's just something you've got to eventually feel. It's like a sixth sense for gaming. You and the signal become one, and you just feel what's about to happen next. you know? Nice, I got through. Cool. Not gonna make the same mistake this time, though. Okay. I think a really good example of the whole, you know, understanding your frames and stuff like that when it comes to fighting games. It's the classic, you know, that Evo match. Where that Ken player perfect countered, what was it, like 20 hits in a row? You know full well that doesn't come from reading about it online, you know? That doesn't come from guides. That comes from experience and learning and feeling. There's a strong element of the Force, you know, in gaming. It's trusting your instincts. Last one? Okay. Okay. Justin Wong's Wave of Destruction's hilarious. Yeah. Yeah. The Daigo Party, that's the one. Oh my goodness, this is what I mean about being... So, with this one, it's not necessarily the same lasers that will fire at the same, fire first. So if you make a mistake on this one, and you pick the wrong laser, you're pretty boned. Wait, I missed? I missed with that second shot? But that's impossible. No, yeah, go for that one. Okay. more shot! I thought I was gonna miss. Get rid of that middle one straight away. Now that I know that I can destroy the shot, that has become the easiest method. This is what I mean about learning new strategies and figuring out the best chess move, you know? There's still a shield there, but I can probably hold on a little bit. There we go. 2 shots. See, while you're inside the cannon, the power does actually slowly reduce. Oh, that was instinct right there. I thought it had already fired. Apparently it had, but it had a few shots in a row now. There we go. Oh, we got a scissor. Oh no! Ah, damn it. Oh shit. That completely threw me. That completely threw me. Oh no. The cannons, the turrets fired in the opposite order than I was expecting. So when the one fired that I wasn't expecting to fire, I thought to myself, oh, the other one must have already fired then, which obviously it hadn't. And so that was a major cock up on my part. Okay. Oh. Ooh. Almost got done by that shot from above. Yes. That was unfortunate. I don't know if you noticed that, but the sound was off. It sounded like the swirl was still charging when it hit me. Damn. That sucks. That sucks. That's awful. I think this ties into what I was saying though about patience. It's one of the differences between speedrunning and high score. Sometimes you've got a game like, let's say, Donkey Kong, where the score is based on your time. So speedrunning Donkey Kong and high scoring Donkey Kong is very similar. You know, you still want to get to the end as quickly as possible, dealing as much damage as possible. With the difference between a speed run of Donkey Kong and a high score run of Donkey Kong is primarily whether or not you attack certain barrels, whether or not you do particular maneuvers. Ultimately, when you're doing a high score of Donkey Kong, you still want to get there as fast as possible, but you give it a little bit of leeway. You know, you come up with a very, refined path that you give yourself that allows you to optimize the number of points that you can gain versus the amount of time that it takes. Whereas with speedrunning, it's just about speed, you know, getting there as quickly as possible. And when you've got glitches as well, Donkey Kong can actually become really easy to speedrun, because there's glitches, you know, you got things like the ladder glitches that allows you to, on the first area of Donkey Kong, like on the first girder, is you can actually go down instead of up. And it puts you right on top of the stage, because the stage loops around vertically. But with high scores, with a lot of high score stuff where there isn't a speed element involved, what you end up with is it doesn't matter if you're not quick, you know? It doesn't matter if you take a bit longer. So even though you still want to go as quick as possible, though, especially in games like this, because the longer you just trying to think what the word is. The longer you dally, the longer you hesitate, you know, the more opportunities the enemy has to get you. But I also feel like, rushing leads to hesitation. I know that it sounds maybe counterintuitive, but the more you rush, the more minor mistakes you make. And the more minor mistakes you make, the more you have to stop and correct and go, okay, I didn't need to do that. And that means that you're hesitating more. Alright. Done. Nice. Okay. So far, so good. These are the earlier stages, though. These are significantly easier than the late stages. And, have a lot, less... lot less enemies to have to deal with. To have to pay attention to. But also, they don't necessarily move quite as quickly. And the Qotile core charges its swirl a lot slower. I'm working on the panels now. Oh, sorry. I'm working on the panels now in my art and trying to take some creative liberties, since there's not a lot of official promo art to reference. So with the panels, I would say just make them look like this and make them look like breaking glass, I suppose. Like, let me attack this one. Oh, I can't. But those are the hard to break ones. There you go, look, there's some broken glass ones. See it there. I'm trying to get a bite on them that's, there you go. There's a lot of it broken there. I don't know if you can see that. It's right next to my head. Ah, I can't. Nice. So sorry if I go a bit quiet while playing this. It's just me locking in to make sure that I can get the attacks out and dodging bullets. Good grief. Honestly, streaming a game like this can be really hard. And it's not even necessarily like, you know, the burden to perform. Because I would like to think that none of you have any high expectations of me when it comes to playing video games. Oh, damn it! I thought I wasn't out of the way of that, and I tried to move to get out of the way, but instead I moved into it. Nice. Okay. Okay, that one's gonna fire. Whoa. No. I missed. Okay. I don't think I've ever missed on this stage. I've like shot at the wrong thing, but I don't think I've ever missed on that stage. So that's a new experience for me. Missing that particular Qotile core. I'm not gonna make the same mistake on this stage, though. Woo! Sorry, I expect the best, highest, and fastest. Well, I'm not speedrunning, so you're not gonna get fastest, that's for sure. You're quite likely to get highest eventually. But I'm sorry, highest and fastest, they do not go hand in hand in this game, right? If you want a high score in this game, it's going to take some time. Okay. Get rid of that. Nice. Okay. Well, that's at very least taken one of the lasers out of the equation. Actually, if I could take one of the... If I could take this Qotile out of the equation as well, that'd be great. No! No. I don't know if you've noticed this, but I got a high score right at the beginning of the stream, and it's all been downhill since then. Okay. I'm gonna try to lock in now and see, see where I can go with this. See how far I can go. One of the things that I sometimes forget is that the yard doesn't actually chew in the direction that you're moving. It's the direction that you're facing. So sometimes I try to escape, but he doesn't turn around. And the reason for that is because I'm panicking and I'm not pressing the correct direction on the right stick. Oh, I guess. Oh. That was just stupid. That was just plain ridiculousness. Right as in correct? No, right as in the right stick. As in the one on the right. Left stick moves you, right stick rotates you. Ah, no! Never say die. I knew I'd made that mistake immediately. As soon as I did it, I was like, damn, I can't believe I did that. Even before I was being shot at, I knew I was in a bad place. We never cry? I don't know that reference. I realized I attacked those guns in the wrong order. It's honestly a really dumb meme, but you said never say die and immediately popped into my head. Oh, okay. Right, let's not cock this up this time. We're gonna go in the right way and leave the correct way. Look at that. Magic. It's of course preferable if you can destroy the gun, because the gun gets rid of the... if you destroy the gun, that chunk of the shield disappears. So it is very preferable for you to actually get in and destroy the gun as soon as possible, because then it allows you to, one, not be shot at, but two, get out in case you are. Missed the second shot. I knew I should have aimed slightly higher. I was feeling it. I was like, no, you need to aim higher. And I was like, no, I can get it. It's fine. It wasn't fine. Oh, no. Oh, I got hit by that. Damn. Oh, the second one hit the shield. Boo. Okay. Oh my goodness. I'm having a little bit of stomach issue at the moment. A little bit of stomach trouble. I got like hiccups and trapped gas and just all kinds of uncomfortability. I haven't eaten today, unfortunately. I got up too late, forgot to take my medication, and I can't eat after I take my medication, so I ended up taking my tablets late, and then I can't get out! I clipped! I can't believe that! I clipped through the side of one of the shields. And I got stuck inside. Oh no! That would have been a perfect... This would have been a perfect score. Because this one's actually quite easy. But yeah, I got clipped between the shield and the gun. Damn it, panicked then because of the swirl coming at me. As well. May as well eat this side as well. Great, thank you. Oh no, I can't get to the bloody laser. Damn. Stuck. Oh no, no. Yep. Okay. All right. First core down. That'll make things significantly easier. Oh, Oh, I'm not bringing my A game today. This isn't even my B game. Oh, that wasn't enough. There we go. Bugger. No! What? Yeah, I can't break that. This is just taking ages. This is what I mean, though, about, you know, on one hand, you don't have to do it quickly, but on the other hand, you're giving them more opportunities to hit you. That... Yeah, Mike's score is getting worse with every retry. I'm getting to the point where I'm going to actually lose on the first stage. Why are you still shooting? The Qotile's dead. Stop that. You can't have free will. How dare. Ooh. That sound on that one was delayed as well. I don't know why that happens. I thought that was just a Switch thing. But, and then I thought it was just a streaming thing. That maybe it was a little bit delayed because of, the connection, the way I've got everything connected to the PC. But since changing that, it hasn't gotten better. So I think it was just, like, the sound is always slightly off. Oh, that one was correctly timed. I don't know, I think it's just like a little glitch that occurs every now and again where the sound of the swirl is out of sync with the visuals. Okay. No, 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 no. Oh, there's still... Hang on. I missed the turret. I couldn't move off. I don't know what was happening there. I think I might have to turn the sensitivity down a little bit. I feel like that's like a part of my issue. Yeah, maybe I should turn the sensitivity down on the left stick slightly. Okay. Alright. From here on out, I want to try to, you know, stay focused. swear, getting freaking worse every single time. And I don't even feel like I'm rushing. I just feel like unfortunate things keep happening. Like getting trapped between a shield and a gun. It was like, what are you even supposed to do to that? You know? The shield was unbreakable. But then just being ever so slightly too slow. Maybe it's just 'cause I'm tired. Maybe my reaction speed is off. I don't know. I just... A part of me wants to say, how the hell was I supposed to avoid that? But, you know, as you already know, I've gotten way higher scores. I just keep making stupid little mistakes. I don't know. I'm gonna chalk it up to being tired. What? Hang on a second. There's no option for sensitivity. Tired and... Oh, yeah, actually, do you know what? I am feeling really hungry right now. Ah, no, get off. I knew I wasn't going to get that shot off. Okay. Well, I did better than last time. 35,000 is still better than last time. Oh my goodness. No! What? I was over the other side. Why? I was over the other side when it shot that. Why did it... Did that curve? Hold on. Did that curve? That did not make any sense to me. I was over the other side of the corridor when it shot. It shouldn't have hit me. Unless there was, again, you know, the sound effect was off. But the sound effect would have had to have been, it would have either had to have been delayed, or the sound effect would have had to have been really far ahead. I can't. No, I'm frustrated. I'm getting frustrated. Like, that one didn't feel right at all. Like, I've said that the sound can be off sometimes, but that was way off if that was the case. Oh my goodness, that was so bad. Man, that one really felt awful. No, I got hit by the thing that hit me was the swirl. Which is what I don't understand. The swirl gets shot at your location. Like, it doesn't predict your movement or anything like that. It gets shot at your location. So where you are is where the swirl will be fired at. There's no prediction or anything involved. So I moved over to the other side, and even if you know, even assuming there is some kind of prediction, which there isn't, as you can see right there, I had moved over to the other side of the of that very small area, so that the swirl would be shot to the left-hand side of that area. And then after I heard the shot, I moved over to the right, where it hit me. Because there's a big element of this game is, you know, how much you can hear. There's a strong element of being very open to all of your senses. Not just visual, but also sound cues. Because every weapon has a different sound. And so you know what's attacking you. Because of the sound it makes. So I was listening for the swirl because it was off screen. I wonder if it'd be beneficial to go clockwise around this rather than counterclockwise. Probably. Yeah, so, like, the only thing that doesn't make a noise when it's fired are the stage hazard shots. Missed. The swirl has got that charging sound. The turret goes put, put, put. The laser goes. The cluster bomb goes beep, beep, beep. Like, you can tell everything that is attacking you. I'm so glad I got out of that corner. Purely by its sound, which is great game design, frankly. I think with the, you know, the advent of more realistic shooters, the idea of sound design to the, like, sound design is taking on a different meaning. Like, it's about a more accurate sounding gun as opposed to easily differentiated guns by sound, you know? Sure, if you're some kind of a gun expert, like, let's say, like Kentucky Ballistics, or Brandon Herrera, or, you know, from that kind of, that part of YouTube, you're going to be able to tell the difference between the sound of, like an M16 and an AK-47, and... You know, whereas I'm not necessarily going to be able to tell the difference just by hearing it, right? Which means that the sound is... I don't even know where I got... I don't even know where I got hit by then. And while I was dazzled by being hit, I got hit a second time. Oh, for yes, admittedly. Yeah. It's the sound of one exploding and not the other one. But yeah, but it's one of those things where, you know, sound design is, I don't want to say it's less important, but it's got a different focus. It's got a different focus because they're going for accuracy. So it's getting the right microphones, it's getting the right setup to be able to record the correct sound of one of those guns. And, you know, that's all, that's fine, that's all well and good, but a lot of the time you can't tell the difference between them. Like, if you're not someone who is an expert in firearms, you're not necessarily going to know if one of those is wrong, you know? So, like I said, it's a different kind of sound design, and it doesn't necessarily impact people in the same way that different guns in video games used to impact people. Because when it was every gun was different, it's like, this is your main gun, shoot, 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 shoot. This is your laser, beam. And this is your wave gun, woo, 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 woo. You know? Everything sounded different. You knew what you had. It was a different kind of sound design because you had to come up with something unique that sounded different and interesting. And I feel like that's a little bit of a lost art. So when I bring it up in this, that like every gun sounds different when it's shooting at you, you gotta understand this is coming from that perspective. It's coming from someone who played majority of his youth on NES and SNES, where guns were not realistic, to say the least. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna do one more run through this, and if I completely stuff up again, I'm gonna have to call it there. Because yeah, this is actually getting quite frustrating. So I'll give it another go, but I will if this becomes a massive cock up, then we'll just switch over to chatting. Perfect Dark, I feel, did a good job of what it did. I feel like Perfect Dark, not just Perfect Dark, but Perfect Dark and GoldenEye. It's like you've got some realistic weaponry, but they still sound unique. They still sound different. Like, you can tell immediately the difference between firing the PPK, or the PP9, sorry, and the Destroyer. Or you can tell the difference between the Phantom and the AK. Or, what was it? AR-49? I can't remember. I can't remember what they were actually... I know they all used silly names that was, you know, legally distinct from the actual names. Sort of cocked up there. Bitten off more than I can chew, as it were. You've not played GoldenEye? Oh no, we can't be friends anymore. There was actually a really good fan-made PC port of the GoldenEye multiplayer. I think it was called Re-GoldenEye or something like that. I can't remember exactly. But it was really good. I played it for a little while, but I don't think... like, it wasn't getting a lot of support, and so I think the server shut down. I lost track of where I was for a second there. You don't have to collect all the balls at the end, but I like to do it because I like to see them all coming at me. Yes, that's right. I like to see balls flying at my face. Do you know what? Going around that clockwise was way easier. What? All right, next one. Oh, this one, of course, is. Oh. I could honestly do with that not being there right now. Just saying. Damn! I got hit from the back row. Crap. Oh well. It's not like I often get through this stage without being hit, but would be nice to do it one day. Criminy. Oh, okay. Alright. One down. That's the second one. Okay. So that'll be the third one. Nice. 2, 3. The second one. Third one. Oh no, firing that thing first. Okay, let's get rid of this one. And we get rid of the turret. No, we don't. We leave. Now we get rid of the turret. Gives us less stuff to deal with. Back row shot. Oh my goodness! So, just so you're aware, in case I didn't mention this already, the swirl can hit you if you're in the cannon. And I've got heavy cannon turned on, which means I can't move once I've fired my first shot. Ooh, that was so close. One down. All right. Oh, no, 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 no. Ooh. Stop that. None of that, thank you. Ooh, that was a good shot. That was very, very lucky shot. Oh my goodness. Oh, I missed with the second one. Okay. Need to get rid of that laser. Lasers on this stage are really dangerous. Because they're spinning around so quickly, they can catch you in like a scissor motion. I tell you what though, not having to worry about those cluster bombs is a huge load off my mind. Sweet. Oh, maze. Okay, we got the maze second this time. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And now it's the 6 shooters. And now it's the swirl. Oh, well, okay, I only took 1 hit. It did it again! It did it again! I heard the swirl, and I went over to the right-hand side that time, and then when I heard the shot, I moved over to the left and it hit me. The exact same thing happened again. The sound timing is out. It must have shot when I was over the other side. It must have been so delayed that the shot fired when I thought I was on the other side, and as I'm listening to it charge, I move over to where I think it's going to be safe for the thing to shoot at me, but it's already shot. That was the exact same thing again. That is so annoying. It's one thing to lose to your own lack of skill because you're not paying attention to shots. It's another thing entirely when the game does something that you can't account for. That right there is a reason to actually get frustrated. Like, if you stuff up, if it's your fault, there's no reason to get frustrated. I mean, get frustrated at yourself, I guess, but there's no reason to get frustrated. You're in control of yourself. You're in control of your character. Do better next time. Get good, as they say. But when it's the game, not a lot you can do about that. I don't think it's the worst the sound sync gets. I think it's purely a case of particular stages are bad. And that maze is pretty bad. But it doesn't happen all the time. I'd be curious to look at, like, Steam reviews, because this game is available on Steam. I'd be curious to look at Steam reviews and find out whether or not other people are complaining about sound sync. Because if it's just me, then clearly there's something wrong with my setup, right? But if I'm not the only one, then I feel completely justified in being frustrated. See, that would have been my own stupid fault. Like, that was my own stupid fault. I was looking at the line coming towards the weapon, and I was just like, oh yeah, look, there's a line coming. That's no reason to, like, shout and get angry unless you're actually, you know, frustrated with your own lack of paying attention. Which, you know, legit. Okay. Man, that is way easier. Oh my goodness. Why have I never done it like that before? Why do I always go anti-clockwise? That is so much easier. That was way quicker. I've already nearly destroyed all the lasers. He hasn't shot the swirl once yet. Ah, damn it, second shot. Oh, no. Okay, that's gonna cost me some time. Ooh. See what I mean? How these lasers, when you've got a lot of lasers, it's not necessarily a difficult stage, but it's just like how it locks you off from being able to move about, you know? That's what makes it more difficult. It's not that the, you know, it does more damage or anything. It's like every hit is worth one hit, you know? Except for the swirl. But it's more along the lines of, how it impedes your ability to actually get somewhere to be able to take a shot, you know? Oh, I missed with the first one. Okay, we got the Death Star Trench. Oh no, I was just a tad too low. Oh, bum. Okay. Yes, that is my cunning plan. To trick the Qotile. I shall move towards the swirl. Lasers, 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 lasers. Oh! Bum. I feel like that should have hit me then. I felt like RNGesus took the wheel on that one. Okay. Maze. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. And 6. Okay. You know what I said about not destroying these? I changed my mind. They keep getting in my way. They make it difficult to maneuver. And they're no better or worse than the shots coming in from off screen. So... Oh, I can use the second one. Fire rate! Not today. Not today. Oh, damn it. Oh, yeah, wait. I should have gone after the cluster bombs. Balls. Oh, laser. Laser! Okay. What do we say to the Welsh god of death? Oh, in a minute back! Oh, no! Oh, he's gonna shoot me. 1, 2, 3. There he goes. That's the first time I ever used a cat bar. Oh my goodness, that laser keeps getting in my way. You know, those... It's those ones that shoot the continuous single shots, you know? There's nothing particularly threatening about them. They're just slowly rotating, attacking you at a distance, one after another. There's no urgency to them whatsoever. And that makes them so threatening, because they don't feel threatening. You're like, it's gonna attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, not a big deal, is it? I should have gone for the bottom, because when you break the shields at the top, it doesn't break the ones right in front of the Qotile. Okay, got that one. Alright. Oh, it was the second one? Oh, I didn't see that. Ah, damn. I thought it was the third one that shot. That's why I moved in to attack. That's alright. It's alright. Get my lives back in the next one. What we got? What's next? Oh, no. Again with these slow, meandering little shooty boys. And the extremely fast big brother in the middle. Yeah, that's one of those stages. It's easier than it looks. It looks really hard because there's a lot going on, but oh no. Oh no, 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 no. I just have to get through this as quickly as possible. This one's difficult. Like, difficult. Lemon difficult. Ah, no. Oh, no! Got it. So, as you can see, those ones in the middle are actually really odd to predict because they shoot like, see, like a wave comes out of them? I don't know how to describe it. They're just annoying. They're like a close combat weapon for the Qotile. Oh no! Ah, shit. Oh, I didn't see it. Oh, I was just short. If I had finished that one, that would have been another high score. Oh, no. That's a difficult stage, though. That's a very difficult stage. It's got all of those shots coming at you from different directions. The two turrets, which basically, you know, are probably some of the most dangerous weapons on that stage. They're being protected by those, like, wave generators, which is so annoying. Oh, man. I'm probably going to call it there, Munta. I think I've gone as far as I can go tonight in Yars Recharged. A bit of a disappointing end. But still. We did better at the end than the previous run, so let's face it. Tonight has been awful. Tonight has just been a series of terrible runs. I peaked 10 minutes into the stream. And that was it, you know? Nothing else was coming out of me tonight. Damn. That feels real rough. I gotta tell you, that one feels real rough. Okay. All right. I'll take us back over to the chatting channel. I'm gonna leave this on my screen so I can stare at it angrily. Yeah. It's been too much since you played. It has. I think the last time when was the last time I played? That was in Atari Week, so that was November. I mean, technically, I beat my top score twice. The top score that I had at the beginning of this, I have beaten it twice, I think. Let's go back down to number 60. What was that, 108? Yeah, so look, I've beaten my score twice tonight. The score that I started with was around 101,000. What was it? 101,000. That says 250. There's someone else playing. But yeah, it was like, it was like 101,400 and something. And, yeah. I've beaten that score twice. So I have beaten my top score twice. It just wasn't in an order that I would like, you know. Getting 108,000 first and then 112,000, that would be 2 wins, you know. But currently it's 1 win and an almost. But we're getting there. We're still pulling our way up the leaderboard. What's my current score? 112,000. What did you say my top score on the Switch was? 114,000? Oh, sorry, not 140. 140,000? Where was that? Where did Kiko post that? $142,568. So if I... So that would put me up to, like, 15th place. 142,000? Yeah, that would put me up to 15th place. If I could beat my Switch top score, I'd be in 15th. Okay. Well, I'll take a screenshot of that. That's not the screenshot button. That's the screenshot button. Just looking to see if there's any names I recognize. Orm and Cheap! I know Orm and Cheap. Not the player. I know the TV show. Just goes to show there's old Atari fans are still playing video games. Wow. Orm and Cheap. Good grief. Bloody hell. That's a blast from the past. A television series which was just horrific. Just frankly horrific. Bloody hell. The unlikely friendship of a worm and a bird. And they were puppets in the 70s. Actually, probably 60s. Brewers fan. Nice. Shaun the Sheep version 2. Max Shrek. Good grief. Earthly Fantasy. Yeah, so not seeing any names that I immediately recognize. I was kind of hoping that maybe I would see someone like, you know, John Riggs or John Hancock. Yeah. Yeah, not seeing any names I immediately recognize. Link loves Zelda. Nice. Make an account called Soup Dragon. Oh yeah, absolutely. Just change your Xbox username to Soup Dragon. Alright, well, that is my final score for this evening. 36 in the world at 112,402. Which I think is a pretty good score. I mean, when you take into consideration that I'm in the top 50, I'm in the top, well, technically I'm in the top 36, aren't I? But, you know, being at the top of the leaderboard, being even in the top 100 in the world, it says something, doesn't it? You know, that it's something that I am achieving and I am getting better, even if I seem to suck miserably throughout the entirety of this stream. The first and the last runs of tonight were actually really good, and I just need to lock in, focus, you know, do a little bit more practicing. I don't want to be even though I'm going to be doing the streams once a month, I want to be playing the game more regularly. One thing I think I need to do is play the game more regularly to start seeing more of those rarer spawns, because some of the stages are pretty rare, and when they pop up, they can be a little bit disorientating. So the fact that if I can get into the game and I can play and figure out where I'm going with it, you know, that means to me that when I see those rare spawns pop up again in the future, I'll be prepared for them. I'll know what to do instinctually, the same way as like there's a lot of those stages where I can just go in and I know exactly what I need to do first. I know which weapon's going to attack first. I know which way I need to go, you know, stuff like that. I don't have that when those rarer spawns pop up, like that last one that I just played against. That was a bit tough because I've only seen that one like twice before. So I didn't immediately know how to beat it. I just remembered, oh my goodness, that's hard. And then I got the, you know, that moment of panic. And it's that moment of panic. It's the lull after the moment of panic, the oh for goodness sake moment, you know. That's where 90% I would say of my losses come in, is at the oh for goodness sake moment, right? You get hit and it's like oh for goodness sake, and you immediately crash into another bullet, you know, that feeling. I think that's where the majority of my losses come from, the oh for goodness sake moment. And there's an element of that when you encounter a stage and you're like, oh my goodness, that's a really hard stage. Oh, for goodness sake. And then you immediately get hit. You know, you're not thinking about, I need to move out of the way. You're panicking over the situation. And that's something that I need to, you know, accustom myself to. again, it's going back to what I was saying about getting good. Get good, the get good mentality, just keep playing. Get your ass kicked over and over and over again. And then when you do, you're used to it. You expect something to come at you. You don't feel that frustration as much. Sure, even I felt frustrated tonight because I just kept making mistakes over and over and over again. But for the most part, that frustration is reduced. Like, I imagine that when I was first playing this game, I'd get so frustrated over a stupid loss, like backing up into a bullet, you know? But now it's just, yeah, that's annoying. I can't believe I did that. That's so stupid of me. But I've still got 2 more lives. You know? I can still do this. The patience is a learned skill, essentially. And that's something that you learn through repetition, through taking damage, through losing, is a patience towards, okay, I lost, but I can do it again. Like, there's no limit. We're not in the arcades anymore. You know, the golden age of arcades. We're not there anymore. We don't have to pay a quarter every time we take a hit, right? Now we've bought the game. We can play it as many times as we want. And actually, if we look at it from the perspective of a quarter, you know, think of it from even $1, right? Well, I mean, dollar makes it easier for me, but think about it as a quarter, right? If we pay 1 quarter per life, how many lives did I go through today? Was it 6? Has it been 8? I'm not sure. That's $4. Just today, I would have spent 4... Wait, hang on. Quarters, sorry. That's $2. I can count. Yeah. I would have spent $2 just today. Is that right? Yeah. If I played 8 times, I'd spent $2. Right? I only paid $12 for this game on Xbox. So it basically pays for itself, doesn't it? It's an interesting way to look at it, isn't it? Like, when you stop and you think about playing games at home versus in the arcade, like today, it'd be like $1. Easily $1 for an arcade machine. So I would have spent $8 today. That's a greater majority of the price of the game. So, yeah. So, you can look at it as a savings investment. Yeah, I lost, but I didn't spend all that money, did I? I don't even really know where I'm going with this. I'm gonna switch us over to chatting. And, we'll end it for this evening. What's the time? It's nearly 11:30, so may as well, yeah. Oh, dear. Munta's back. So he's missed all my witty banter. He's missed my witty bants and my dialogue. Disgraceful. Disgraceful. That's alright, though. It's not a problem. I'm not bitter at all. Oh, my stomach's grumbling, though. Bloody hell, I need to go eat. You'll just have to short it? Yeah. Yeah. So, I haven't mentioned this yet. I wasn't going to mention it for... Sorry, I'm playing with my chair. Sorry. My arms are very adjustable on the chair right now. I can rotate them, and I can make them longer, and I can make them shorter. It's a very nice chair, actually. Yeah, I haven't mentioned this yet, because... I wasn't going to mention it until we actually started releasing them. But, I have my first editor on this channel. Shocking, right? It's alright, I'm not paying them. I actually have my first editor on this channel. And currently, that individual is making shorts for me. And they're going through my library of games, of all the games that I've played. I think they're currently going through Breath of the Wild. And, yeah. I'm gonna have shorts appearing on the channel soon enough. Of course, that editor is Munta. So, you know, this channel is moving up in the world. I was gonna say we can afford an editor. That's not true. We can't afford an editor, but we can get one for free, and that's all that matters. We can get one for free. Oh, by the way, Munta, I mean to tell you this. You know, as you're going through all the streams and watching them again to get clips and stuff, make sure you hit like on all of them, right? Oh dear. But yes, Munta is going to be creating shorts for us. We're going to start releasing shorts on this channel very soon. The shorts we'll be releasing on this channel will be... thinking... they're not going to be the Monster Hunter streams, okay? We're only going to be doing the other games. Eventually, we will do some Monster Hunter stuff, but that'll be on the other channel. So even if Munta was working on some Monster Hunter shorts at the moment, we wouldn't be releasing them until that channel is ready. And at the moment, it's not. I'm still trying to figure out exactly when I'm going to be doing... When we're going to start that channel, because my original thought was when Monster Hunter Wilds releases... that's when we will start work on the second channel, right? But Monster Hunter Wilds will be having a beta test soon. So we might end up using that channel a little bit earlier than expected. But I don't know when that's going to be. So that's going to be an announcement, and immediately I'm going to have to make a change. So we'll see how that goes. But for now, the date when the Monster Hunter channel is going to start is going to be March 1st. So keep an eye out for that one. If you're not following the second channel already, do consider doing so. You can find it at Anirin Hunts, because I'm incredibly imaginative with my names. And it's the full name for the channel is going to be Anirin's Hunting Party, but it's currently just called Anirin Hunts because I cocked up when making the channel. I had to rename it, and then I realized, oh wait, I renamed it the wrong thing. So I've got to wait another week, and then I can change the name of it. But yeah, exciting stuff. It is pretty exciting. Moving into 2 channels. That also means I'm going to have to do a lot more work. So, I'm probably... And I've been playing with this idea for a little while now. I'm probably going to go to 6 days a week. This is way different from Monday, isn't it? You remember on Monday when I was saying that I'm going to be cutting down the number of streams so I could work on Let's Plays? And because I felt like I was streaming too much? Yeah, well, we're going up to 6 days instead, you know? We're doing a full 180 on this thing, you know? 180 isn't enough. We're going to do 360, then another 180, you know? So, we're going right in the opposite direction. No, I know Kiko cautions against doing 6 days, but I think it'll be fine. The way that I would say is, it's 6 days with a caveat, right? It'll be 6 days, but some weeks I might not do a day, you know? So, I think the norm would be 6 days, and it would be essentially Monday to Saturday. Or possibly Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And while that would be the norm, that we will accept that, 6 days a week will be happening, it doesn't mean that I will actually be streaming all 6 days. So some weeks I might be like, okay, well, we're not going to be streaming this week because of X, Y, and Z. It's just something to take into consideration, because it's something that I thought about. And I thought about this after Monday, right? Because I talked about how I'm going to need to go to the doctor soon, that I'm going to be going to the dentist soon, and that things might be a little bit up in the air regarding whether or not I'll be able to stream. There may be some sudden changes to the schedule as we go along. And that's kind of going to be inevitable for a little while, right? We'll see how things go. But I'll always try to keep everyone up to speed. I'll always be trying to stream. I'll always try to stream as much as I can. And I will always try to keep everyone informed and up to speed by posting on the Discord and posting on the community tab and on Twitter and Blue Sky. So if there's any day where I suddenly cannot stream, I will let you know. But I think that is something that I have been holding myself to. Right? Let me see if I can explain. I've always felt hindered by doing 5 days a week. And the reason for that is because I feel like if I'm already taking 2 days off, then I don't really have an excuse for taking another day off to do something. You know? If I'm doing 5 days, if I'm streaming 5 days and I'm taking Thursday and Sunday off, I can always schedule myself to do other things on Thursday and Sunday. But if I can't, I kind of feel bad about it. I know it sounds strange, but you know what I'm like. I'm a perfectionist. I know it sounds strange, but I feel like if I can't organize something to happen on Thursday or Sunday, I'll just wait a week and organize it then. So the fact that we've gone to see The Midnight last year, and we went to see Bowling for Soup last year, and those were on days that I should have been streaming, I kind of felt bad about it. I absolutely shouldn't, but I kind of do. And I thought to myself, well, if I go to 6 days a week, it's inevitable that I have to be more flexible with those days. Because that gives me less time off, it gives me less time to do the things that I need to do. And seeing as we've already discussed the possibility of my days being a bit more flexible going forward anyway, going to 6 days a week isn't that big of a stretch. Because some weeks I literally sleep all day on Sunday because I've got nothing to do. So, and some of those days I feel like saying to just going online and saying, oh, I'm going to do a stream. The only problem with doing that is that if you do a guerrilla stream on YouTube, it doesn't work out the same way that it does on Twitch. Like, on Twitch, people are still going to see you, but if you suddenly turn around and say, oh, there's going to be a stream happening in an hour, and you didn't, plan it, a lot of people don't get to see that, And because of that, I feel it's not worth doing. But instead, if I just have it casually accepting, everyone just accepts, I would do 6 days a week if I could, but then some weeks I'll have an extra day off. I think that works out for me as well as for everyone else. It gives me enough time to be able to run 2 different channels. It gives me the ability to stream twice on the Monster Hunter channel, as well as being able to stream twice a week a single player game on the main channel. And if I feel like, you know, oh, I played, let's say I'm playing Xenoblade Chronicles, and it gets to a certain point that maybe I'm just not feeling it, you know, and I just want to take a break. I can do the first stream of the week of Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and be like, you know what, we're not going to do the second stream this week. We're going to give it a break, and I'll come back fresh next week, you know? And I think that's a really good opportunity right there to be able to say, let's pump the brakes a little bit, and we'll see what happens next week, you know? I think that's a really good opportunity. And so I'm going to take it. I'm going to be pushing for doing 6 days a week. What I may end up doing is reducing my hours. So I'm not 100% certain on this yet, but I may reduce my hours to 4 hours per stream, which means I'll start at the same time. I'll start at 6:30, and then I'll stream until 10:30. But that's future Niren's problem. I will keep you up to date, like I said. I'll keep you up to date. I'll keep you up to speed on any changes that are happening. But do know that we are going through a period of flexibility, a period of discovery and development. So we'll see how that goes. Who knows? I just want to make this 100% clear as well. There is also the possibility that the second channel doesn't work out and that gets cancelled. If that happens, then that's a shame. We'll move on. But but right now I'm on, you know, firing all cylinders, heading towards doing 2 channels. So don't look at it as a, oh well, he's probably going to cancel it. That's not my intention. But I just, you know, if it does become too much, then I may pull it back and bring the Monster Hunter streams back to this channel. So, with all that said, that's it for this week. This is the last stream of the week. A Niren's Arcade, doing some little bit of, a Niren's Arcade, that's a good name for a channel. Okay, so if by next week you find out that this channel's name has changed, yeah. Anyway, thank you everyone for joining me this evening. It has been wonderful. It's still fun to play. Even if I do play like a total mook, it is still fun to play. And, you know, the benefits of a leaderboard shows that even if I am feeling like I played like a bit of an idiot tonight, it still shows that I am growing, and that is a good... It's good feedback, you know? And it leaves me with a positive feeling. Even as frustrated as I have been with my own lack of gameplay skill this evening, he says, I can still see that I have improved, that I have gone up. I'm at 36 in the world, and that's amazing. That is genuinely amazing. And that is the benefit of playing arcade-style games like this. And so I highly recommend it to you guys as well. If you've got an Xbox or a Nintendo Switch, you will be able to see me on the scoreboard. And you'll be able to pitch your score against mine. So do consider checking out Yars Recharged on Xbox, Switch. I mean, you could play it on PlayStation and Steam, GOG, Epic, wherever you want to play it on. It's available everywhere. I do recommend it. It is a really fun game. I do enjoy it. And I have a channel in the Discord where I'm keeping my top scores up to date. So we'll still be able to pit our scores against each other in the Discord. And if you want to join us on the Discord, there's a link in the description. It is where the conversation continues when the stream is over. If you like this stream, do consider leaving a thumbs up to let YouTube know that you liked it, and leave a comment at the end of the stream. You know, I'm trying to, like, engagement farm here. Leave a comment at the end of the stream to let me know that you liked it, and tell me something that you enjoyed about this stream, I guess. I don't know. I love the bit where he played the game, you know? Or, bloody hell, he does an half ramble, but it's fun, though. You know, something like that. Because that really does help the channel. It helps us to get seen, it helps us to get boosted in the algorithm. The engagement matters, genuinely. So, thank you so much to everyone who does comment. And please do consider leaving a comment on this one. If you are new here and you want to see more from me, specifically, like I said, I'll be streaming up, maybe going up to 6 hours, 6 days a week. And, if you want to see more Atari stuff, I will be definitely doing more Atari stuff in the future. So, keep an eye out for that one by subscribing. You can hit the bell too, with a little ding-a-ling. And I'm not going to say it in the way that would make Kinda Fox clip it and use it as his notifications. Hit the bell to be notified when I'm going live. But that is all I have time for this evening. Thank you again, everyone, for joining me. Be good to yourselves. Be excellent to each other. Play more video games. Consider playing some arcadey games. And until I see you, I wish you all peace and high scores. Good night, everyone.